I'll be painting on a 16 by 12 gallery canvas, and it already has gesso coat on it, so I don't need to add anything to it. You could add a glaze of water and let it naturally dry if your canvas is loose. Sometimes when you buy from the store, you get loose corners, and when you glaze with water and let it dry, it tightens it up and makes it nice and firm. For brushes, we're going to use a M1 blending brush and a size smaller M2 blending brush. For this piece, I'm going to use my 4-piece brush set, and I'll show you what's inside. We have the number 8 and number 4 brushes. They're the same thing, just a size smaller. And then we have a 1/2 inch flat brush, and then a 0 detail brush for all the little details we're going to add. And then we're going to use an artist sponge. Okay, I chose one that I thought would work best for this piece. They usually come in the pack, and you can pick and choose which one you want to use. But if you don't have anything like this, you could create similar effects using your number 8 or number 4 brushes by simply lightly dabbing and creating the leaves effect. For paint, I'm going to use my 24 set of acrylics, and I'll show you which colors from this set. Medium yellow, scarlet red, sap green, phthalo blue, raw sienna, and lamb black. From my 5 set of acrylics, I'm going to use titanium white. We need palette, and I'm going to use my palette paper here and a palette knife to mix your paint. We need a jar of water, and I like to set it somewhere next to my canvas where it's going to be easy access, because I like to dab my brush in the water often. So I have my paints and brushes and a little table just below here. When you have a good and comfortable setup, it makes it easier to work. And we need some paper towels to dab brushes onto or clean our palette knife. And finally, if you have a hair dryer, go ahead and use this. It helps speed up the drying time. Whenever I'm in the mood of painting longer, I like to make sure my background is dry before adding my next layers so that I won't peel paint off, right? And so acrylic painting is all about layering, and that's how you create depth when you add more color on top of each other, right? So it's actually good that the acrylics dry fast, because then you can continue to the next layers. And that'll be all for the materials. And I always say you can use anything you have available, but if you are interested in my paints or brushes, they are available at ColorByFeliks.com for more details. Now let's go over the plan for this painting. So the first part, we're gonna have a base layer of the whole painting covered with our lights and darks and the quick sketch. And then we're gonna focus, because this is a faster process, we're gonna then continue, once it dries, to working on the top part. The second part of the video, we're gonna be focusing on the middle part of the waterfall and the rocks, moss, things like that. And then the third part is going to be on the river and rocks on the bottom here, and then the rays from the sunlight going from the right to the left. I'd encourage you to take breaks. That's what I do. I don't get this done all in one day. Okay, let's mix some color for our base layers. We're going to have the blue sky a little bit showing through here. So we're going to have it on the right side, and then there's going to be faraway forest. It's going to be on a green, darker side. And so we're going to quickly cover that, and then a little bit of the blue here on the bottom. Let's pick up our titanium white. In the corner, we're going to add a little bit, about a thumb amount of white. And then I'm going to add a little less, 1/2 thumb amount of white here. All right, so, and then from there, we're going to add a little bit less each time. So a little bit more right here, like this. So each time go less. I'm going to close the lid. Now let's pick up phthalo blue and add a little bit to this one. We want a little bit of blue showing in our sky. I'm going to close my lid, and then I'm going to pick up scarlet red and add a little bit of scarlet red to this one, just a small touch, and then close the lid, and then medium yellow. I'm going to add some color, a little bit here. And now I'm going to actually add a little bit of scarlet red to this one, a little more. Okay. And we're going into some darker colors, and then sap green. Let's add more of that. And then to the last one as well, sap green and lamb black. A little bit here and a lot more to the last one. Okay, let's quickly mix this and see what we get. So I'm gonna pick up my palette knife, start with the lightest area, lightest color. So it's gonna be pretty light blue. We don't want a lot of color in there. Okay, real quickly mix everything. Okay, that's good right there. Next, it's going to be pretty light still, which we want. Okay, and then our darker colors. And remember, this is our base. So this is a quick process right now. We could use burnt umber for this part as well, just getting like the first layers of, you know, your darker shadows and your lighter shadows. But since I'm gonna have more of color, like green colors, I want it to, as the first layer, to kind of almost be similar to the colors I'm adding on top, you know? So the colors can pop a little better. Okay, so something like that, and then we can take part of this for fun and mix it with this. So the only color I'm gonna mix right now, actually gonna mix a little more as the final one, is for my bottom area for the river. So I added a little bit of white here, almost similar to that last one. And then since it's a small section, and I'm gonna add a little more phthalo blue, okay, a little more phthalo blue. And I'm just gonna probably take this color right here a little bit and mix it in with that last color here. And it's just gonna give me, let's actually add a little more phthalo blue. I want it to be more on the darker side. Okay, so a little more phthalo blue to the last one. You can even take part of the last color here to, you know, make it a little darker and neutral looking. Okay, something like this. There you go. So this is where you can dab your palette knife and then wipe it off with a paper towel real quick. All right, these are the colors I have, again, so you guys can see up close. All right, something like that. And then let's pick up our water jar and our M2 blending brush, dab it all the way in the water, and then squeeze part of the water out. Not fully, there's still a little bit of water in there. I didn't squeeze too hard, but it's not, you know, dripping. So the goal is not to have too much water, but enough to keep it staying wet while you lay out all your colors. So then when you go into blending, you can blend it nicely and smoothly, right? So that's why water helps. But if you start to see water dripping, that means you have too much water, and I'd encourage you to pick up more paint and equalize it by swirling and moving the paint around. All right, so the lightest areas are gonna be right in the middle here. Let's start with the blue area first. We are gonna have some trees in here, right, covering, but since, you know, to cover the sky, the background first, we're just gonna add it. And if you see bubbles, that's a good sign. That means you have enough water and paint. So this area is gonna have the blue, right? Let's just pick that up like this. So I don't need to dab my brush in the water because I feel like I still have enough of the water. So then I'm gonna use this color next, gonna start to slowly transition. So remember, the middle area is gonna be the brighter area, but something like this, all right? Blend it in. Now I'm gonna dab my brush in water and start to transition to this color, because this is where it starts to get darker with trees and things like that. So I'm gonna kind of add that color in here, and then as I go in a little more, I don't need to dab my brush because I feel like it's running pretty good and smooth. I'm gonna add that in here, mix it in a little bit with the lighter colors. Here, it's all gonna look rough. I'm gonna dab my brush in water and continue using this color. Lightly dab my brush in water, and then use this green, darker green color. Add it in here, in the corner, right? And then as you go down, we're just gonna use this color here. Swirl, make sure you have enough of the water and paint. Okay, I'm gonna dab my brush lightly in the water, pick up more of this color, and here I'm gonna go down, and then right here I'm gonna stop, and this is gonna be the river. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly clean my brush because I don't want a lot of that paint. Just gently go like this. It doesn't have to be fully clean, and then squeeze most of the water out, right? And then continue while the paint is still wet with just this blue, this green blue color we mixed. Remember, you want a little bit of water in there, so I dab my brush in the water, and then I'm just gonna add that, all this color, cover the rest real quick. Remember, this is a fast layer. That's why I like to continue on to the next section, because this is super fast. So once I have all my colors in, I can lay my brush down in the water jar, put my palette paper down, pick up my M1 blending brush, and start to blend. I'm gonna start with the lightest area right in here, and I'm gonna gently press, don't press too hard, and move the paint around. Blend it all in, and remember, this first part, it does not have to be perfect because it's all gonna be in the background and faded, and a lot of this is gonna be covered. We just wanna create that first base layer and make it soft looking, cover our canvas showing through, right? That's what we wanna do. We wanna create that. Okay, so move the paint around. And blend. And you can walk around or set your canvas down, whatever is easiest for you to do this. You know, for me, it's since I'm recording, it's kind of awkward to record and do this part. I usually, you know, move around a little bit, but I'm just trying to show you how I work, so I don't bring too much of the dark colors up. And sometimes having multiple blending brushes helps, you know, especially when the canvas is bigger, because you can always set it down right when you get the first layers in and you don't want to bring in the dark layers back to the lighter areas. Then you just pick up the next dry blending brush and continue blending one more time to get the smooth transitions. But since this is a rough first layer, I don't need to worry about that for this one, because like I said, the background is going to be covered. Most of this is all going to be covered. And then here we're just gonna, we're taking the brush strokes now away. That's what we're doing, filling in the canvas so that it won't show through. Okay, that's good enough right there. All right, so I cleaned my blending brushes, I got a new water jar, and then I finished drying this out so everything is nicely dry. I'm gonna quickly continue sketching the layout. All right, so I'm gonna use my number 8 brush, dab it in the water, and then tap it on the paper towel, and with a little bit of water And whatever color we have left, let's just use this blue one. Maybe mix it with this, why not? Let's just do in between color. And with a little more water, okay? More water and less paint. We are gonna sketch out our waterfall first. So we're gonna have, I'm gonna probably pick it up, right? I'm gonna have it start probably higher because this is the middle of the canvas. Right here is the middle of the canvas. And I wanna go higher because I wanna leave space for the river here. I wanna make my waterfall start right here. It's gonna go up. And it's gonna be like a little hill. And it's just gonna fade out here. Okay? Very gently with water so it could be kind of transparent, right? And so with the waterfall, I'm just gonna bring it down right in the middle. I'm gonna keep it in the middle. And then it's gonna have a look. This is where it splashes. And I'm gonna go like this. I know it looks like a fast layout, fast sketch, but that's the process. Trying to get a rough sketch anyway, so that we can see if we need to adjust or correct. Here I'm gonna have a waterfall, another one kind of fall in. And a little bit of some little ones. Okay, something like that. I don't want to overdo it. All right, so, and then I'm gonna make it a little wider here. All right, you know, we'll obviously be painting more around here. Okay, and so now, and remember the rays is going to be coming from the right this way. So I'm looking at this, make sure you're happy with the position, you know. So remember the middle of the canvas is somewhere right in here. I went like 2 inches higher where the waterfall starts. Okay, and I'm gonna dab my brush in water, and then remember this color, use a little bit of this color. I'm gonna fill in certain parts with a darker area in here so we know where the land starts. Bring it down a little bit. Okay, we could use a little bit of this darker color. All right, so next I'm gonna start to fill in this top part. So we got the quick basic layer and the layout of the main focus, right, the waterfall. Now we're gonna start to add a little more shapes, right? Like right here, I wanna add some darker trees here and branches, things like that, and then darken this area in here. So I'm gonna use the colors I have mixed that I have left. I don't wanna let paint go to waste. But this is what I added: a little bit of medium yellow and scarlet red, and then sap green, and then lamp black by itself. And what I'm gonna do is take part of this color, okay, about this much, mix it in with this one, and I'm actually gonna take the lighter color to brighten it a bit. I don't want it to be too dark, but I want it to be on the more on the red warm side because of the light. I want this area to be more on the warmer side right here. That's why I added yellow and red. Okay, so that's good enough. And then here I'm gonna take whatever color I have left here with the green, this color right here, mix it in. That's good for now. Okay, like a brownish green, not too intense. And then whatever left of this darkest color with the black. Okay, just take it all, mix it in. We want a darker color than this one. That's what I'm doing. But it's not, you know, black, fully dark yet, because we're going to be adding more, you know, layers on top. But this is, again, this is still a sketch. We're still working on adding our base layers. We're just starting to shape out a little bit more. All right, so I'm going to clean my palette knife. Remember, dab it in the water and then quickly clean it like this, and it's ready for the next use. All right, so I'm going to use my number 8 brush, continue using that, dab it in the water and tap it on the paper towel so it could be soft, your brush. And let's start with this color we just mixed. Again, these are the colors that we have. And we're going to use this color to add a little bit more. Darker shadows in here. And it's going to look rough in the beginning, but that's what we want. Because there's going to be a lot of trees and details in the back. It's all going to be faded. And then as you go out, it's going to be less and less paint. So a little more of that color, okay, with water. And I'll add it in here a little bit. Press a little bit harder. And move the paint around. You want to have these interesting shapes in there because that's, again, this is the forest, right? We're just adding a little more color right now and smooth transitions, separations from where the waterfall starts to happen, right? So as you go in a little bit further, it gets more in the darker color. So I'm going to use a little bit of this darker color. Mix it in. It's going to look rough, but that's okay. Okay. See what it's doing? We're separating where the lighter parts are, and this is going to, you know, come towards us right here. So there's going to be some details in the back here. And then dab my brush in water, use this darkest color again. Quickly add these rough layers, darker shadows, make it look all random like this. Maybe a little bit in here randomly. And then in here on top, there's going to be some forest further away. It's going to look rough like this. and gently blend it out. Use the corner of your brush. And as you go out, we're going to use a little bit more of this red color, red tan color. Just going to be all rough looking again. This tan color, a little bit of water, not too much, and blend it out. Slowly transitioning. Okay, and you'll see, once we start to add more and more, you'll start to see the image clearer. So I'm going to continue here. I'm going to continue with this tan color and go right where we left off here. And I dab my brush lightly in the water. And then tap it on the paper towel and use the corner of your brush and try to work transparently. Blend those colors out. Okay, for now that's good. Okay. Clean my brush. I'm gonna add a little bit more of a darker color in here on the bottom. We're gonna be making this more faded so that this can pop right here, the lighter colors. Don't be afraid to cover your background. Add a little bit more in here so it could be a softer transition. All right, so now I'm gonna pick up my artist sponge. All right here, and then I'm gonna dab it in the water all the way, completely, and squeeze, make sure it becomes nice and soft. So I'm gonna make sure to squeeze out all the water and it becomes nice and soft and easy to work with. So I'm going to choose a corner. You see all this cool texture here. I'm going to choose a corner and you can create the spacing of the paint. If you squeeze it, you're going to have more of closer, little leaves. And then if you leave it as it is, they're going to be more, apart, right? So because this canvas is smaller, I'm going to squeeze and try to work a little bit smaller for the leaves, right? See right there, and then work around here. So I'm gonna just use this green one. Okay, I didn't mix a lot. And then you can test on your palette paper the texture and the effects that it gives you, right? I'm gonna make sure I have the paint everywhere like this. And then I'm gonna start to add real quick my trees here, closer trees. And remember, this is the first layers, so it's all going to be repainted again. This is to give us a little bit of an idea. So I'm going to just add right here. Kind of use the corner and bring some of the branches down. I'm not covering everything because I do want that background to show through, right? Okay. And then as I go in, it's going to be more on the darker side, so that's why I had mixed this one. Do the same thing, but we're going to cover. Most of this is going to be covered, so a lot of the background isn't going to be showing through. So I'm going to dab a little bit more stronger than usual here because I don't want the background showing through. I want it to be pretty dark and solid. Okay, I want a little bit of it showing through, but not a lot. A little bit of the sky in here maybe, and then the rest is going to be pretty dark. So I'm picking up more paint and covering this whole area, so here none of the background is going to be showing through. So first I kind of, even if some showing through a little bit there, that's okay. We can use our number 4, number 8 brushes to correct that. But you start to kind of see the details it gives us, right? It's pretty cool. That's why I like using an artist sponge, because it creates these, saves you a lot of time, you know? Instead of individually painting with a detail brush. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna do that. Since I have paint left over, I'm gonna use a little bit of this color and randomly just start to add first rough layers in here, because this is the background forest here showing through, right, a little bit. So I'm just gonna add the first textures randomly in here. And then gently let it fade out. And go all the way to the corner. And I'm going to use a little bit of this color, this lighter color, since it's more in the background. I'm going to use that to add it in the background, the details. Bring it in a little bit more, cover the sky. I don't want it to be showing too much in here. So I'm going to cover it a little bit more. Okay, go back to the darkest color, continue randomly adding your shapes, little details. This is going to be rough looking, so bear with me, but this is part of the process. Alright, so I'm going to put my artist sponge in the water jar, leave it in there, and then pick up my number 8 brush again. I'm going to continue using with the paint I have left to filling in the darker shadows, making it softer in the back. I don't want it to stand out too much. Okay, and then lightly glaze it. And then you see, you could kind of see the sky blending in, right? That's what we want. We want it to blend in a little bit more, not to look sharp. I'm going to leave certain parts of the sky showing, but not a lot. So in here, I'm going to continue making this area dark, a little bit darker in color. And we are going to add sun rays here, so it's going to be, you know, light again once we go into adding it, that part. But we want to create our darker parts first, because if it's all super light here, and then when you go into adding your sun rays with a lighter color, it'll all look the same, right? So that's why it's important to add the darker shadows first in the background. Okay, so I'm going to add a little bit in here. I'm going to dab my brush in the water, tap it on the paper towel. I don't want too much paint, just a little bit. Okay, like this, so it could be faded with water. And want to create that nice fade. Okay, very quick. I'm going to make this a little more darker, so I'm going to use a little bit of this color and this, and make it a little darker on the bottom here. And continue blending it out. Right? So this area is going to be light. So I'm going to go into the darker color a little bit. So a little bit of water and this darkest color, right, with water. And we're going to continue kind of taking away the sharpness of what we just added. We want to make it look faded. Okay, continue dabbing your brush in the water, picking up a little more paint. And I'm going to blend it out here, make this even darker in here. And then also we're going to do the same thing here with the darkest color, and whatever color, this darkest color left, a little bit left with water, and fill in, remember this area right here. I don't want some of the background showing through. I want this to be solid, so some of it I'm going to cover like this. And these are the first few layers, right? But we are going to mix more darker colors and go in and make it pop a little more with the lighter highlights and the darker shadows, and it's going to really come together nicely. So a little bit more darker in here. There you go. For now, that's good. Now that this is dry, we can continue adding the next layer on top. What we're going to do is mix colors to create darker shadows and lighter highlights. This will give it more depth. Okay, so these are the colors I added. A little bit of white, because I don't want it to be too dark. This color is going to be a dark color for the background shadows. And then this color, you could see I didn't have any white here. It's going to be for this tree right here, because this tree is going to be closer to us. So it's going to be a little darker than the background. Okay, so a little bit of white, more lamb black, as you can see, a small amount of phthalo blue and sap green. And then here, phthalo blue, lamb black, and a little bit of sap green. And then here, these are going to be lighter colors for when it goes into a lighter area here. We want to create some branches here, but keep it still dark, but you know, not too dark, because it's going into a lighter area, right? So that's why I added white, raw sienna, scarlet red, and lamb black, and then even a lighter highlight more white, touch of lamp black, and raw sienna. And if we need to, I'll mix more colors, but let's just start there. And here we are. You can see this color's a little darker than this one. So something like this, and then we have like a darker tan and then a lighter highlight tan. We're going to mix more colors after this. We're just going to work on adding some shadows and branches. And then once we added some of our trees and stuff, then we're going to start to add some color, green color to our leaves. And it'll start to come to life really quickly. So let's start by picking up our number 4 brush this time and dab it in the water. Okay, make sure it's fully soaked, and then you can tap it on the paper towel because we don't want too much water. Okay, and now let's start with this color with water and a little bit of this paint. We are going to glaze it where we think the forest goes deep in the woods, right? For example, right here, right? We start to see a little bit of a forest going in a little further back. So I'm glazing it gently and adding this darker color. It'll make it look like it's going deep in the woods, and that's what we want. In the forest right here. And I'm using water to kind of blend it out into the colors I already added. Gently go around. This area is going to be dark. Okay, a little bit more paint, and I'm going to make this a little darker in here. Gonna go over this, make it a little darker. Swirl your brush and add your dark shadows. Okay, I'm gonna continue adding that in here. All right, starting to add a little more depth. And then here, it's just gonna fade out to these colors, lighter colors here. So I'm not gonna add too much in here. Okay, maybe a little bit in here, darken this area. Okay. And then gradually let it fade to the lighter colors. I'm going to continue adding some darker shadows inside here. I want this to stand out. All right, I'm going to dab my brush lightly in the water and then tap it on the paper towel, and then continue with a little bit of paint. And we're going to have a dark shadow right here. Make this a little darker in here. And it's going to fade out to the lighter colors. right, that's good enough for now. Make this dark. We're going to be adding more highlights. All right, and you'll see it's going to come together nicely. So now I'm going to clean my brush, or dab it in the water, tap it on the paper towel, and use this darkest color now, and add a little bit of the darker shadows in here. Right? I want this tree to stand out a little more. And you can dab. Remember I told you the effect with an artist sponge? You could do the same thing with this by gently dabbing, not pressing too hard. Okay. I'm going to add a little bit more darker in here. Same thing in here. I want to make it a little bit on the darker side, skip some areas. So I'm just using paint now. And taking my time, not rushing. Right. Let's add some in here. Let's even bring it out a little bit more. All right, that's good enough. We can always add more later. And now I'm going to start to draw some branches, right? Some darker branches with my detail brush. Since we're working here, we can start here. I'm going to dab it in the water, right? My detail brush, and then I'm going to continue using this darkest color with water, and then I take a little bit of paint and then swirl it so that it could be sharp, right? Swirl your brush and then gently pressing, for example, right here, right? We have this branch, gently pressing and moving it wherever you feel like it will look good. It's a little detail, but it really makes a difference. Okay, so I'm gonna swirl my brush. I'm gonna connect some of these branches, for example, right here, watch. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go like this and have fun with it. Barely pressing. The harder you press, the thicker the line will be. So like here, I want this to be thicker, right? So I'm going to press a little harder, and you can see it's becoming a little more thicker, right? And the less you press it, barely pressing the canvas, you get more of a thinner, detailed branch. Okay, and we're going to add a few. We don't want to overdo it. Just add a few so that we can kind of start to see the tree. And then maybe here I'm going to do the same thing, add another little branch. Right? Totally up to you. and let it fade out to the top. Okay, I'm going to add a few more little details, for example, right here. A few more little branches here. Right, you can barely see. All right, I added a little bit in here as well, lightly, and we can always come back to these parts later. Let's continue with this tan color. Next color with water, same technique. With a little bit of water, swirl your brush and some paint. And now we're gonna add some branches for the background trees. For example, we're gonna have a branch. So I'm looking at this and it's pretty light, but that's okay. I'm gonna add darker ones here, but since we have this light one, it works here pretty good. So I'm gonna just make these connected a little bit more. These are further back, right? Randomly connect them with water, and then we're gonna add a little bit of a darker tone. Okay, so I'm gonna dab my brush in water, continue with that color, and we're gonna add a few more in here that are in the background. Not much, just a few right there. Some branches that are in the back. Okay. And it's gonna fade out. This is a good color for this first layer. It's not too strong. Fades in nicely, right? And now I'm gonna actually mix a little bit of this color. Okay, I'm gonna take half of this color and let's mix it with this one. First, take half of it, make it a little darker, and that's what we do. We play with colors. Okay, a little darker here. Okay, maybe a little more, not too much. Okay, quickly mix that and get a little bit of a darker shade than this one. And now I'm gonna clean my palette knife and then pick up my detail brush, dab it in the water, and do the same thing. Let's play with this color. Next, and what we're gonna do is add some darker branches first, starting from here. Remember this branch? Let's have it come down. Maybe this one kind of comes down like this. And add as many branches as you wish. We're going to add some leaves to it, so it's going to pop a little more. But I want this one to be coming out of the woods. Like this. Maybe this one falls down. Okay, that's good enough. We can always add more later. We don't want to overdo it, right? We just want to add a few of these branches to make our background look more interesting. Okay, and then this fades in. Make it a little thicker. Okay, continue with that color. We're gonna add a branch. It's going in like this, going up a little bit now. And fading out. Connect some of those in here. Right, branches right here. And you can add as many as you wish. You know how the forest is always busy with a lot of branches and leaves, and it's a lot of fun because your painting could totally look different than mine and it would look interesting. Even if you add more or less, it might look better, right? I'm just showing you the techniques and how I work and add transitions of color, right? And as I go into darker areas, it's going to be more darker, right? As long as we keep that in mind, we are good. So I'm going to make this a little bit more. All right, that's good for now. I'm going to add a few more of these darker ones in here. Maybe there's some branches that are kind of poking out from the woods. So there, my brush in the water, and I'm constantly going back and forth and add a few more details in here. As many as you wish. Okay, and so now I'm going to add another darker layer. So I'm going to start to add, I'm thinking about this, and I think I want some darker branches in here. So what I'm going to do is, I don't want it to be too dark, but I'm going to just take part of this, half of this, and half of this again, make it even darker, slightly darker. Okay, maybe a little more. Okay, that's good enough. And with this color, we're gonna add a few more darker branches. Same technique. Swirl your brush. And let's add some more branches. Maybe there's some trees that are going up. Starting to kind of go upwards, right? And we can even add that darker color in here to create more of a smoother transition. have some of these go up, straight down. Okay, and it fades. And now we're going to add some lighter highlights on this side, on the left side. Let's start with the lightest highlight with water. Same technique. We're going to add the lighter highlights first. Okay, so for example, I'm going to have one right in here. Okay. Some little details in here. Barely pressing, right? Let's add some highlights in here. Maybe there's a branch in here that fell, so we want to connect. Make it a little darker, let it fade. And you can add as much as you want here. And there's a lighter branch in here. And now let's add some. I'm going to dip my brush in water. I'm going to mix it with a little bit of this darker tan color. A little bit of a darker one. With water, I'm going to continue adding the trees. For example, here, I want to make some of these a little bit more. Maybe these are trees that are in the background. Some of them are falling. Starting to see a little bit more detail, right? Okay, and maybe some little highlights on these trees. right? We don't want it to look just straight. Add a few little bigger branches maybe. Barely pressing again. Add a few lighter highlights maybe in here. Okay, so this is good enough. I'm going to just use this color real quick and add a little bit of that in here. Make some of these trees a little thicker. I'm going to add a few of these brighter ones in here. Randomly to fill in this empty area here. Just a bunch of little details for fun. And then now we're going to start to add a little more color. If you've been enjoying this lesson so far and want to help support this channel, check out my Patreon. It's a great way to be a part of the creative process and help keep these tutorials ad-free and accessible to everyone. Inside Patreon, you'll get access to high-res reference photos, commercial-free versions of my YouTube lessons, behind-the-scenes content, and you can even help me vote on future painting topics. It's a small way to support this free content, but it makes a big difference. Thank you to everyone who supported me over the years. I appreciate you all. Now let's get back to painting. Let's start with lighter colors of green for the leaves. I added a little bit of white, a touch of sap green, and a little bit more medium yellow. And then also a little bit of white here, more sap green, a touch of phthalo blue, and a touch of a little more of medium yellow. Okay, so this is still on the light green side, so I added sap green and a little bit of phthalo blue. I'm going to take part of the black, this darkest color, just a little bit of it, not a lot, okay, and mix it in with this one. Okay, I want a green shade, but not too colorful. That's why I added the blue, to make it more on cooler green. So now it's a little dark, but that's okay. What I'm going to do is take part of this light color and mix it in with this one, just to take away a little bit of that sharp dark color. Okay, so for now that's good. So if I need to mix more, I will, but let's start there. We're going to start in the background here and then a little bit of highlights to this tree and work our way this way to the left. So first thing is let's start with this brightest color. Let's start with the brightest color in our number 8 brush. Okay. And we're going to lightly add some lighter highlights. For example, right here. Barely pressing, using the corner of my brush. And I'm going to add some brighter. And if I go over some of my branches, that's okay. That's why, I have the color still here. I can always come back and, adjust if I need to. Right? So it's a lot of back and forth, but it's worth it. So a little bit here. You're going to start to see the image really come together here. Okay, a little bit here. We can go over the branches like I mentioned, and that's totally okay. Let's add some lighter ones in here. That's good enough. Okay, I don't want to go in too far. And then I'm going to have a lot of it in here, barely pressing. I want this to stand out. And just add that light. Maybe skip some areas so the background will still be showing through a little bit. And a little bit in here. Let's add some lighter highlights in here. Barely pressing. Curving upwards. Okay. All right. And now I'm going to use this lighter highlight and add to these branches here, to this left one, or right tree. I'm going to add a few, not a lot. I want to still keep these dark. But maybe the light is hitting some of these leaves here, and so they're glowing. Have a little more color. And around this one, right here, follow it down. That's good enough. I'm going to add a few more brighter highlights. I want to create a smoother transition. Okay, that's good enough there. Now I'm going to clean my brush and dry it out quickly. It doesn't have to be fully dry on a paper towel. And we're going to use a little bit of this next color. Let's see what that gives us. This green. All right, and add where we left off. Let's start to add a little bit more highlights, lighter ones. We can go over the tree. Right, we can go over some parts. For example, here, I'm going to make it a little brighter in green colors to this bush. And if we added too much, we can always go back and, darken it up a little bit. So a little bit more of this lighter green. Let's add some in here. And go in here a little bit and go over these lighter parts, adding a little more detail and highlights. We don't want to go in where the darker areas. where we added the darker shadows too much. We just want to add a little bit to the parts that are lighter, creating a little more detail. And as we go up, we're going to start to use a little bit of this darker green and add some darker green color to our forest. For example, here. And I'm going to go over with the lighter highlight as well. But I want to add a little bit more color to the forest. Go over some of these parts in here, not everywhere. I kind of like how it's empty in here, open space, so I'm going to leave it like that. But I do want to add a little bit lighter highlights, so I'm going to use this color and mix it in with a little bit of this one. Get a in-between color here, and we're going to add a few more highlights because we want to make sure, and I'm barely pressing here and adding a little more detail. So I'm going to use a little bit of a lighter highlight to make this, some of these in here a little bit more detailed. And we can switch to our number 4 brush, which is a little smaller, to add some smaller highlights. For example, I have this number 4 brush, a little bit, make it a little darker. Okay, and go in with a little bit of a smaller brush to create smaller details, smaller highlights. Okay, and I'm going to clean my detail brush, and I'm going to just, to make it pop a little bit more, this is darker, but I want to make it pop in certain areas a little more, so I'm going to use this, my number 4 brush, and a little bit of this and some water, this darkest color. I want to glaze it in certain parts, for example in here. I want to make it look like it's further in the forest. A little bit, I don't want to add too much, but a little bit will make it look like it's more in the background, giving it more depth. Certain parts I'm going over. gently with water. I'm glazing it on the parts where I think needs a little more darker shadows, and you can use this color also as you get closer to the light. Hopefully you guys are catching the idea and the technique. It's a lot of, back and forth with the colors, adding your darker shadows and lighter shadows, and then, trying to build on creating depth, right? That's why I don't start with immediately black straight out the tube to create the dark shadows. You can always add darker colors on top later, right? And also another thought is sometimes I can overthink and work on one part of the section, and then when I go into the lower part, I overdid it on top, and we don't want to add too much because there's going to be like a sunrays here. We're going to cover this and it's going to be soft here, right? So I'm not worried about it right now. But I keep in mind, you don't want to overwork one area too long. You want to make sure to continue to the next parts and just get the full layout down. And once you have the full layout of the painting down, then you can come back and now mix some more color and see if you need to work on any of the parts, because you'll be able to see the image a little better. So a few more little details. For example, with my detail brush, I'm going to use this color with water. And I'm going to add some darker shadows in some of my trees, make them pop a little bit more, right? Going over where I added the lighter highlights. Start to give it a little bit more detail. Same thing here, right? And we want to keep it the darker shadow on the left side of our branches, because remember the light is coming from the right to the left. So we want to make sure to keep that consistent. So I'm going to quickly go over and add, maybe make this branch connected here. Go over some of these lighter branches with a darker shadow. And I'm going to add a little bit of brighter highlights to some of my trees. I'm going to use a little bit of this color and this tan, lightest tan color. Mix those two with water. I'm going to add even brighter highlights to some of my trees. For example, this one, I'm going to add it a little bit here and let it fade. Then maybe to this one. Right, I'm not gonna go all the way to the top. And you can go over some of these again. barely pressing, you can see. Adding details to my bushes here. Let's add that bright highlight in here. I'm going to add a little bit more of this. I like this light highlights. I don't know why, it's pretty cool looking. So I'm going to add a few more branches here. So now I'm going to add a few more details and we'll stop right there and move on to the next part. So since I have paint here, what I'm going to do is use a little bit of this dark green in this one. Mix those, get a in-between color. Okay, something like this. And then we're going to add some darker green leaves connecting to the lighter ones here. Barely pressing with our number 4 brush. Gonna add that final little detail so that it will look more full. Okay, continue. Add a little bit in here, barely pressing. Add some in here, a little bit, not too much. And a little bit of that darker green in here. Let's add some lighter highlights in here from the sunlight, just on some areas. And in here, super bright highlight. Because that's where the light is hitting, right? This corner. and it's gonna fade. And finally, I'm gonna add some with my number 8 brush and this dark green and a lighter green. I'm gonna add some highlights here because I don't want this to be all dark. I want some of these branches to come towards us, right? These leaves. So I'm gonna add a few details in here with this green and this darker green, mix those, and let's add a few more in here on top so it can be more of a smoother transition. Okay, and let's add some in here. Like this. And add a little bit of the darker green here. Have these come out a little more. The final detail, I'm going to add a little bit more of the darker shadows using this darkest color. Maybe mix it with whatever color, this second darkest. And then let's glaze it to some of these areas here. I want this to be a little bit more, you know, stand out a little bit more. Okay, separate some of these branches. Okay. All right. I'll call it good for now. And we're going to come back to this part if we need to towards the end, right? And see how it looks. But for now, let's move on to the next part. I'm going to mix 2 dark colors as the first thing we do here because the light is coming here. So this is going to have more of the lighter colors, and then this is going to be more of a darker area here, right? It's more in the shaded area. So to start off with, we're going to start with adding our shadows, the darkest shadow. So a little bit of lamp black and sap green, and then phthalo blue and lamp black a little bit here. So this one's going to be darker than this one. And here are the colors. Okay, you could see slightly darker here. And I'm going to zoom in the camera and we're going to work on this middle part. Let's pick up our number 8 brush, dab it in the water, tap it on the paper towel. And we're going to start on the left side with this green, dark green color. We're going to add our dark shadows. So we're going to continue down here and start to add, kind of blend it in where we left off from last week, right? We're going to blend it in, going down. I want to make more of a smoother transition. So I'm just adding random dark shadows first. So then it's all going to be dark in here. Random shapes. Right, we're trying to make it kind of continue falling down, right? So follow the pattern. make some of them at a different angle. Something like that, right? And here, I'm gonna have some rocks. We'll focus on that later. Just gonna add my dark shadows first. And your positioning doesn't have to look exactly like mine. Okay, if it looks a little different, that's okay. The spacing and things like that. Okay, and as I go into the right, I'm going to switch over to this color. And we're going to start to add a little bit of darker shadows in here. Okay, so we got the rough layout of the dark shadows. Okay, and now I'm going to use my AM2 blending brush, dab it all the way in the water, and what we're going to do is add a glaze of this first color with water and paint, and we're just going to cover this area. Swirl and make it rough looking. You see the background is still, because of water, it still takes away the bright colors, but it's still darker because of the water, right? We're working transparently. Just making it a little darker. And it's okay if you go over your waterfall. Okay, for now. That's good, and then I'm going to dab my brush and do the same thing, but with this darker color here. You could even bring some of that darker color in here. All right, now that it's dry, we can continue adding the next layers, and I mixed some color. So I added a little bit of white, raw sienna, more of that, scarlet red and sap green, a little bit here, and then a little bit white here, more sap green, a little bit of phthalo blue, and medium yellow. Now I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush, dab it in the water, tap it on the paper towel, so it could be damp, and these are the colors I mixed, so something like this and you'll be good to go. So we're going to add a little bit of this color, and we're going to start to add it on our rocks. Okay, so for example, some of the rocks that are showing through, I'm going to lightly add a little bit of color to them. Okay, continue with that color. We're going to do this on certain parts. Not going to be everywhere, just a little color. For example, right here. I want this to have more of that color. Maybe it's a mossy rock, right? And some of the color from the rock is showing through. So I'm barely pressing. Okay. And as you watch, you'll start to see it come to life a little more and more each time. All right, that's good there. And then I'm gonna add a little bit of that in here. Okay, not much. Just a little bit of that, glaze it in here. We want some of that kind of clay looking color showing through on the rocks. A little bit of warmth. Okay, that's good enough. We can always come back later. And now I'm gonna add some green. So moss with the same brush. And since we're already working here, let's just go ahead and do that. So start to add a little bit more color and detail. And I'm gently dabbing, I'm not doing too much. Just gently dabbing and adding that moss, green moss on my rocks. Okay. And let's add some in here. Mix it with a little bit of that color we just added, mix it in together. So I'm going to use a little more paint. I don't want to cover everything. I just want to create highlights, little, highlights first. And then we're obviously going to go back and add our darker shadows again. Okay, because that was a quick sketch. Continue with that green color. Start to add a little bit in here. Okay. Let's add that in here. Maybe some of them are kind of falling down, the moss. Right? So I'm going sideways with my brush, up and down, and creating that effect of it going down. Just change it up a bit, right? We don't want it to all look the same. So I'm going to skip some areas here. I'm going to use my artist sponge for this certain parts here, but I'm going to add a little more little details in here before I do. Okay, for now that's good enough. Let's move on to the left side and do the same thing, add our brighter highlights first of the green. Also maybe here, there's some of these are falling down, you know. All right, so now I'm going to add a little bit of medium yellow and take part of this green, half of it, right? Let's mix it in with the medium yellow. To make it a little brighter. So I'm actually going to add a little more medium yellow here. So about this much more. I want to make it a little brighter. Okay, and with this color, we're going to use an artist sponge to create some of the leaves, maybe bushes or leaves coming from the side, right? And this is kind of like a base quick sketch of the layout. From there, I'm gonna, you know, make it cleaner, make it more defined, but we're just adding our placements first. So an artist sponge, right? And I can squeeze and make this, you know, the separation closer or wider by letting it be natural like this. So I'm gonna kind of squeeze it and use the color we just mixed. Okay. So squeeze it. And then we're gonna start to add a little bit in here, in this corner, remember? So a little bit of some branches and leaves coming from this side. So I'm barely pressing, right? And I'm gonna add a little bit all around in here, barely pressing, gently going over certain areas. Okay. Continue on. Let's add some in here. Randomly. All these details make your painting come together little by little. You could even gently move to create like little lines. Even bring it down a bit like this. See how that works? You could do a lot of cool things with this. And do the same thing here. I'm going to add some brighter ones in the corner here. And if you don't like something, you can always wipe it off and we'll paint over it, right? And now we can go back to the dark colors, and let's start with this one and our number 4 brush, and we can add a little more shadows, you know, start to shape it a little better before adding even more detail, right? So for example, we can kind of start to see where little shadows are, right? Right here, and make it a little darker. And then as I go down, I can use the darker color. Make some of these a little sharper. Okay, and I'm going to use this darkest color here and do the same thing here. Start to add a little more darker shadows, go over, follow your shapes. Here's how it looks so far. Now we're going to mix some new colors and start to add a little more detail to this middle part. Here are the colors. It's going to be kind of similar. So on the left side, it's going to have more of the brown tan color, lighter. So black, lamb black, and raw sienna, and then lamb black and a little bit of phthalo blue. It's going to be the darkest color here for the right side and some parts on the bottom here. And then we added some white and medium yellow, and then medium yellow and sap green. I'm going to take part of this green. I should have added a little bit of green to this one. I want it to be a brighter green color. All right, as I was mixing, I decided to add a little bit of phthalo blue to this green because it was a little bit too bright. I can always add brighter colors towards the end. All right, so here are the colors. I'm going to pick up my number 8 brush, tap it in the water, and tap it on the paper towel. And I'm going to darken some of the spots. Let's start with this color first with water, and I want to glaze on some of these areas here, make it look a little more on the shaded area, more darker. Okay. Lightly glaze it. Here, I'm going to make it a little darker. Right, I'm just filling in a little more. Trying to create a little more detail each time. And as I go lower, I'm going to use this darker color. And I want to make this a little bit on the darker side. It's okay if you go over your little details you added. It's all going to come together in a little bit. So a little bit of this darker color in here. Okay, and I'm going to add a little bit of that darker color in here. Okay, that's good. All right, let's go to the right side. Let's use this darkest color. And we're gonna try to add a little more shadows. Here I'm gonna cover a little bit, make this darker. Okay, that's good enough for now. Okay, a little bit more darker shadows. And now I'm going to clean my brush completely and then dry it out on a paper towel. And now we're going to start to add a little bit of detail with this green one using our number 8. So we're going to tap like this. So a little bit of paint, not too much. Tap it on the side, and then with a little bit of paint, we're going to start to add some details. For example, right here. Add a little bit of that moss-looking effect, right? So a little more of that green. And this little detail is going to be a little bit harder to see, but it does make a big difference. So I'm barely pressing. It'll make it look like very mossy and, you know, faded green. And then when we go into the lighter highlight, it's going to pop even better. So you can bring some of them down. Okay. See that effect? How it works? So I'm going to skip some areas and go down in here. Right here, barely pressing, barely tapping. Continue with that green. Let's add some detail in here. And then add a little bit in here. Something to keep in mind with acrylics, and I've mentioned this before, is that when they dry, the colors dry, they tend to be a shade darker, slightly darker. So keep that in mind whenever you're mixing, that once this dries, it's going to be a little bit darker than what it looks like right now. And I think that is because it has a little bit of water in there. That's why it's staying wet, right? Or it's just once all the, once everything dries, all that water disappears, all that liquid, right? And then it just becomes more darker tone. So you'll notice a lot of this is going to look faded, but that's how you create like little details like this, right? And then when you go into adding your brighter highlights, it's going to really pop even better. So a little bit right in here. And we started this effect with our artist sponge brush, but now we're following the rock patterns. That's why I switched over to my number 8 brush. Okay, so a little bit maybe in here. Let it disappear like this. All right, that's good for now. Maybe a little bit more in here. And now let's continue. And I'm barely pressing. Let's continue on this side. I'm going to keep this pretty simple. I'm not going to add too much in here. Barely pressing here. Okay, that's good. And then on this one. All right, so now I'm going to clean my brush and add a little bit of the lighter highlight with this brush, and then we're going to go into with our detail brush to add a few interesting details. So with my number 8 brush and this color, okay, we don't want too much water in our brush, so make sure it's fully almost dry, right? So I'm kind of wiping it pretty good on a paper towel. Okay, and with this color, we're going to start to add a little bit more, for example, right here. Because of the light hitting, this is going to be pretty bright. Okay. Barely pressing. And let it fade down. Add a few little ones. Barely pressing in here. Little sparkles. You can move your brush around. You know, so that you can create different shapes and patterns. Okay. All right, starting to come together nicely. So again, barely pressing. Here we're going to add a few little highlights. I'm going to skip some areas. I don't want to add too much. Maybe there's a different, maybe it's going in deeper in there, and so it's not coming out, and so the light isn't hitting, right? We want to switch it up a little bit. We don't want it to all look the same. That's why I'm carefully doing this. I'm not rushing. I'm always thinking and looking back to see how it looks, and if I need to add more, it's easier to just go over and add more, right? So a little bit here, not much on the bottom. Okay, let's continue. Now you could start to see where the light is hitting right here, right? And it's kind of bright more on this side. That's where the rays will be. We're going to add that at the end. So I'm keeping that in mind when I'm adding these highlights. So let's move on. Maybe let's add a little bit of a brighter one in here. Maybe there's one that's super bright for some reason. Like this. That's good. So let's continue adding our details here. Using the corner of my brush. So now I'm going to mix a color, a little bit of white, and take part of this, very small amount, mix it with this. I want to create some branches. And to give it a little more warmer color, let's take a little bit of this light green so it won't look gray. There, that's much better. A little bit of warm color to it, but it's still on the gray side. Okay, we're gonna add some branches with our detail brush. So something like this, right? We're gonna pick up our detail brush, dab it in the water, and as always, take a little bit of this paint, swirl it like this, right? And with this color, I'm gonna add some details. For example, some little branches. Maybe there's little details and branches that you can barely see. Right? And we don't want to do it everywhere. Right? Okay. Very, very small little detail. little rocks, and here separations. Adding a little bit more highlights. Right, little highlights that we can barely see. Okay, that's good there. I'm gonna move on here. Let's actually add a few more brighter highlights here. Okay, I'm gonna add some details in here. For example, here, some separations. Faded ones. You know, maybe this is like highlights and a bunch of little rocks, right? That's why I'm doing this. Starting to add a little more. Finer details. Take your time on this. a little bit of that detail in here. And let it fade. Okay, I'm gonna dip my brush in the water. And then maybe there's some little branches going to the side. And then here, remember these are kind of, they're falling down. So maybe just follow the pattern. Maybe add some of that in here. Some of these ones similar to this, so it'll look a little more balanced. Same kind of effect. In here. And now I'm going to add a little bit of red, very small amount, some medium yellow. Take part of this green, maybe half of it, mix it in here. Not too much red, so I didn't mix everything because red is strong, but I want to make it a little bit on the orange side and a little darker than this one. So something like this. We're going to add some leaves and details with our detail brush here. For example, I'm going to make these a little bit more bigger. Right, maybe these are little leaves. Adding these bright highlights. to make them stand out a little more. It's a lot of back and forth, but little by little, it's gonna get done and it's gonna look really good. Some bigger ones. So I'm going to do the same thing on the right side, trying to create these little leaves, a little more shape to our plants here. And we don't want to do it everywhere, only to some areas here. Okay, now I'm going to clean my detail brush and I'm going to add some darker colors. So this tan, and mix it in with this one. A little bit of a lighter color. Something like this. And I want to go in here and add a little bit of those darker shadows. Separations. So a little bit of this, maybe a little bit darker, not too much. I'm going to add some, let's add a little more. Add some little separations here. Right? We don't want it to all look one bright green color. Adding a little bit more shadow. And now we can just use this color, and with the dark, you can separate some of these. Connecting gently, going over. Adding little separations. Right? And this detail will really bring it together nicely. And follow your, patterns. We don't want to do it everywhere, but to make some of them pop a little bit more, right? I'm going to add see little details like that really make it interesting looking. Don't be afraid to paint over and add your details back and forth. For example, here I'm going to actually connect this right here. Add a little separation. I didn't really like that going down. So I'm going to spend some time adding these shadows, little shadows, right? With water and this color. Because we want to make some of these look sharp. I'm going to even glaze on some of these lines that I added, the lighter highlights, so that they won't be too intense. And then as we go in here, I'm going to switch to the darker color, the darkest, and do the same thing. Add some little separations. So I'm dabbing my brush in the water constantly. And shaping out, following the patterns of my rocks and moss, you know. There's no correct, you know, the shape doesn't exactly have to look like mine. Remember that, okay? Make these a little sharper in here. Giving it a little more depth. I'm gonna create a little bit separation in here. And then we're gonna finish the bottom with the rocks later. Just want mainly this part here. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna go over, kind of make it a little sharper, but this time I'm just gonna use this darkest color. So adding a little bit more, for example here, I wanna make this more intense, right? Kind of going over and adding my darker shadows in here. A little bit here where the waterfall is. Start to focus on the waterfall now. Okay, we'll come back to the waterfall later. For now, that's good. Let's move on by adding details here. You see how that works? Adding that darker shadow gives it a more depth. That's what we want. That's why all these layers matter. Even if you feel like you messed up, I think it's still good because you added a shade of color, and you can add more on top, you know, and it will, the more layers you add of color, the more actually I feel like it'll look more detailed and interesting, right? Than if I were to just use, I could do this painting using just simply, you know, 3 colors and it would look good. But I feel like adding all these shades of different, mixing new colors and adding, so that's why it doesn't have to, like if you're tired and you want to take a break, right? You can take a break anytime and I'm not stressed. I used to worry about mixing exactly the same, trying to match. And I think it's important that actually it's good that a shade is a little different. That way it gives a little more character, more, you know, interesting look to your painting. So don't worry about having it look exactly the same. So continue on. This area is going to be the darkest. It's going to be more in a shaded area, right? So I'm going to continue that effect, separating some of these, following the pattern. For example, here, I'm going to go over and create some darker shadows, and it will really start to pop by adding this, right? It'll look like, you know, the plants are coming towards us more just by doing this simple detail. And a little detail, I am adding raw sienna with water with my number 4 brush, and I'm glazing it to give it some color to some of my clay here. Okay, some of them have moss and some have this bright clay. Okay, not everywhere, on certain parts of my painting. I want to add a little more of this color here. Okay, and then maybe on this side as well. Not much. All right, and finally, the last thing we're gonna do to add a little more detail, I added a little bit of white, sap green, and medium yellow. So I'm gonna create another color that is a little bit darker than this one right here and not as bright. Okay, so I'm gonna actually take part of this green, whatever we have left, take all of that, mix it in. I want it to be a shade darker than this brightest color here. And then take more of this green. So something like this, okay? And with the detail brush, we're gonna start to add the final detail, and then we finally can continue to the waterfall. We're gonna add, for example, see these brighter highlights here? I'm gonna add my little details to make them look more like plants coming down. Right? For example, right here, remember we started kind of doing this? I'm gonna add like little details to make it look like little plants. And I'm not gonna do this everywhere, only on some of these. That will make it look more realistic. And I'm gonna kind of let them drop down. Kind of going over and adding little dots, right? Little tiny dots. And this is basically the final detail before we go into the waterfall. For example, here, right? Make some of them fall down. Okay, do the same thing here. All right, so I'm gonna spend some time making it a little bit following the patterns, right? And making them fall down a little bit more on this side. For example, this one, and then continue, right? Separate some of these, right? To make look like it's coming down. Little vines. And here's how it looks so far. I did add some pink flowers here. I just mixed titanium white and some scarlet red, and then scarlet red out of the tube to create a little bit of red and pink little dots here, a little bigger than the moss to make them look stand out. And only on this part and here. You don't have to do this. I just wanted to add a little color. We can always come back to this section later, but let's continue. Let's work on our waterfall here. All right, the first thing we're gonna do with titanium white by itself and our detail brush, I'm gonna dab it in the water, and with just the white by itself, we're gonna add the brightest highlight. For example, right here, this is where the light hits this area the most. Right? And even just by doing that, and then you can create a couple bumps here. Maybe there's some rocks, right? So it won't be too perfect. And I'm going to continue that. Dab it in the water, and then it's going to fade. So I don't want to go too far in. Okay. I add some brighter ones here, for example, right here, right, from the light. And then here maybe I'll skip some. Gently bring it down. And dab it in the water gently, and I'm not going to use too much white now, and I'm going to add some little ones. Little details. And here I'm gonna make this one a little brighter. Maybe the light is hitting this section, this part right here. Right? Okay, so dab it in the water, and I'm going to continue adding these highlights. So I'm going to take away paint and use more water. I'm going to continue. Adding that separation here. Okay, make this a little brighter in here. Create some separations in here with water and paint. Little rocks, right? Water's falling and bumping into little rocks. And in here, I want to create a little waterfall coming down. Okay, I'm gonna come back to the detail brush. I'm gonna add a little bit more here, and then we're gonna switch to our number. Let's use our number 8 brush. Okay, clean your brush, make sure we don't have any paint. And we're going to continue adding with water in our number 8 brush, or you could use your number 4 as well. I'm going to start here and follow the pattern where we left off, and I'm barely pressing, right? in more with water, less paint. Let it fall. And you can make it as bright as you want and as thick as you want. Totally up to you, right? So a little more paint. And then here, as it goes down, it's going to be a little bit wider. Glaze a little bit of that light color in here. All right. Okay, now I'm going to use more white and less water. And I'm going to continue barely pressing, adding a little bit more brighter color in here. Barely pressing, add a little more in here. Making it look a little misty here. I'm gonna dab my brush in water, clean off the paint a bit, and kind of blend this white on the bottom. We're gonna work on the bottom later, but around here, create a little bit of mist. All right, that's good, a good layer right there. And now I'm gonna make it a little bit brighter. So I'm gonna dab my brush in the water now that this layer is dry with a little more white. And I'm gonna try to make it a little cleaner by going on some of these straight down. Okay, like this. See how that works? Okay, a little bit on this side, straight down. Okay, a little bit on here. A little more white. And now we can come back to the detail brush, and with water and our detail brush we can clean it up and connect some of these. See, for example, right here, we're going to make this brighter. Add our little details here, connect these. Same thing here. Okay. And here, I'm going to connect it, make it brighter. Okay, let's make this, I want to make this brighter with white. So just the white, let's just make it super bright. Let it fade. Alright, so little details like this really make it come to life, connect. Some of these, so I'm going to use less white and a little more water. Less paint because we're coming into more in the shadows. So I'll add a little bit brighter ones here, but then it's going to fade and going to be more faded. This one. I'm going to make this one brighter here a little bit. Let's add some little ones here. We're almost done with the waterfalls. It's not that difficult, as you can see. It's just adding one color, titanium white. And I'm gonna try to keep this straight down. Let it fade. All right, now we're gonna add medium yellow a little bit and phthalo blue straight out of the tube. And with our, let's continue with our number 8 brush. Let's clean it out. And with water and a little bit of medium yellow, we don't want too much paint. We're gonna create a light highlight from the sunlight, right? For example, here, I'm gonna go over and glaze it on top here. Okay, we don't want too much, but that'll create a nice glow. Okay, a little bit on here, and I'll let it fade out. So not much, we just added a little bit, okay? More on the left side. All right, and now I'm gonna clean my brush and do the same thing, add some shadows in our waterfall with a little bit of phthalo blue, not too much, and with water and a little bit of phthalo blue, we're going to glaze it on the sides here to create some shadows. So that it won't look all white. Maybe go on the bottom here, and we're gonna only add a little bit, not too much, on the bottom here, because it's more in the shaded area, so it's not gonna have too much of the white color showing. And fade it out to the white. And we're gonna work on the bottom part, like I said, later. But adding that, a little bit of that blue, and because this is more in the shaded area, right? We're gonna add that blue here. And just glaze it all over here. Very gently. And the final detail, we're gonna go with white and water in our detail brush, right? We're gonna create a bright highlight and little waterfall details like this, and let it fade naturally going down. And that'll be our final little touch. Okay, and here, for example, I'm going to create a little bit of details. Make this a little brighter here. Okay, I'll be done for today. I can always come back to it later, but for now, let's move on and finish this part here. Okay, these are the colors I added. A little bit of white, a touch of phthalo blue and lamb black. And then here for the darkest shade, lamb black and phthalo blue. And then here a little bit of white, more phthalo blue, some sap green, and then lamb black. And here are the colors so far. I did add one more color for the river, a little bit of white and phthalo blue, and I'm going to take part of this color about this much. Okay, and mix it with this one. I want to make a lighter color because as I come closer to the waterfall, right, this section right here, I want to make it on the brighter side. We're going to add more brighter waterfall here. We're going to work on that later. But first we're going to focus on finishing the rocks. That's what these colors are for, the gray and this darkest, for adding the shadows, dark shadows here in the rocks. And then we're going to work on adding another layer to our river here, make it a little darker, transitioning to this lightest part here. I want this to stand out more. And by doing that, we need to darken the background here. So these are the colors, and I'm looking at this and seeing if I like it. I want to make it more on the green side. It's leaning towards the blue a little bit, and I feel like it needs to be more on the green side so it won't take too much attention. We want to kind of keep it consistent. So I added a little bit of sap green to this color, a very small amount, and that's much better. It's still on the blue side, but you could see it has that shade of green, right? Okay, let's pick up our number 4 brush, make sure it has a little bit of water in there, and you tap it on the paper towel so it could be damp, right? And now we're gonna use our darkest color right here first. All right, with a little bit of water. And this darkest color, we're gonna start to add where the waterfall, where the land starts and the river begins, right? So this is where I'm gonna, and I might even paint over some of my waterfall that I did here a little bit, but that's okay. We're gonna come back to that. So I'm just adding the dark shadows first. Maybe these are rocks already happening right here. Right, maybe there's a rock here. All right. Let me make this a little bit bigger here. Okay. All right, you can kind of start to see some rocks on the bottom. So let's add some of that here. Darker color. And your shape could look different than mine, you know. There's another maybe rock here. And it disappears like this. Okay, and now I'm going to clean my brush and add a little bit of that lighter color on top of some of the rocks to give it some highlights. For example, here. Barely pressing. I added a little bit of sap green to give some color to my rocks. So I'm going to take this gray, mix it in with a little bit of this green, and go over and add a little bit of it, kind of to create another little highlight. Maybe moss is starting to grow, but you could kind of still see more of the rock. Gray rock, right? So a little more green. Maybe here. Gently add that layer. All right, before going into adding details here, let's move on and add some darker shadows in our river using our number 8 brush. Make sure it's damp, has a little bit of water, because it makes it soft, right? We're going to use this color, this kind of dark turquoise color here, and I'm going to add a darker shadow. So I'm looking at this and I feel like it could be even darker, and that's okay. So I'm just gonna see how it looks. So it's not dark enough, and that's okay. What I'm gonna do is use a little bit of this color, mix it in with this one. Okay, get a in-between color with this and this, and you'll get a darker shade. And we want to transition. And glaze it on the edges, and then as you go in, outwards, you can just use this color now. All right, so I'm going to continue with this color and fill that in and go all the way almost all the way. Okay, because we want to keep it dark. We want to keep this area dark so our waterfall can stand out. Even just by adding this already makes our waterfall look much better, right? And then follow the flow. And then as you go in, I'm going to dab my brush in water, clean it quickly on the paper towel. I'm going to use a little bit of this lighter color, blue, and add a little bit in here. Start to fill in this area of the waterfall. we want to make it look soft. Okay, a little bit of that color again, light blue. Let's glaze it in here. My brush has a little bit of water, so it's running pretty smooth. And I'm kind of covering all that white that we added on as the first layer, right? All right, and you can still see that it's rough. So we're gonna add one more layer, repeating the process. Now that the background is pretty much dry, I'm gonna repeat the process one more time before working on the waterfall here. I'm gonna add the darkest shadow first. So use a little bit of this and this color. I wanna make this a dark shadow right here. Okay. Almost like they're blending into each other. You see how the second layer makes it look a lot softer when you add that second coat. Takes away all the brush strokes. Okay, so just a little bit of that darker shadow in here. So a little more of the same color. Mix those two together, and I want to make this a little darker in here. All right, that's good enough for now. Even add some shadows onto my rocks. Right, a little bit of darker color so it looks like it blends in. All right, so that's good, I like it. Now I'm gonna tap my brush in the water and then clean it quickly on a paper towel and use this color again, right? A little bit of this with a damp brush, and now we're gonna repeat the process, and it's gonna make it look even softer, right? The colors are blending in with each other, and it's looking a lot softer. That's what we want. Okay, back and forth until all the brush strokes are gone. And I'm not going to go in too much because here I'm going to add the lighter color. So I'm going to dab my brush in the water, tap it on a paper towel, pick up this color again, this one, and do the same thing here. Continue blending in with the dark color we just added. Blend those in quickly. Follow the flow of your river. Okay. A little bit here. I'm going to add that in here. Darker color. I like how it's looking so far. All right, so I'm going to dab my brush in water and I'm going to use this color now. Okay, and lightly, gently blend those in. trying to make it look soft. With a little bit of paint and water. See how that works? Makes it look nice and smooth. And that is the goal. Here I'm going to add a little bit of that darker green color. So a little bit of this to separate in here. Right, from this waterfall, little one, and this one. And I create a gentle separation. All right. Okay, and so now I'm gonna add some titanium white and work on add a first layer of the waterfall. So I'm gonna use my number 4 this time, smaller brush, clean it out, and use titanium white and a little bit of water, and just the white by itself. We're gonna add some brighter highlights right here. So a little bit of white, not too much. So as it goes down, right? So I'm gonna dab it in the water again. Use less white. Let's start with less white. We can always add more later. And then here, this is where it falls. And it becomes more lighter in here. And this first layer is going to look a little bit more rougher. And we see these little lines. That's actually nice. Okay, continue. And you can move, you can see because of water, I can move it around until I'm happy with how it looks. Trying to first get the flow down, and then from there I will add a little more detail. So this will be probably a little bit wider. But I like how it's looking so far. Okay, I'm gonna quickly do that on this one. So I'm gonna add a little bit more out here. Barely pressing. Okay, it's good enough for now. And same thing here. I'm gonna go down and let it crash and add a little bit of a splash here. A little bit of titanium white to brighten it up a bit. Now I'm going to use a little more white, less water, and start to add a little bit more color here. More brighter color with less water so that it can stand out a little more. Okay, I'm going to dab my brush lightly in the water, but not use too much of it, okay? Tap it on the paper towel. I don't want it to look too rough. Just a little bit brighter than our first layer. So my brush has a little bit of paint. I'm gonna add a little bit of some lighter blue highlights. So with a little bit of water, I'm gonna add a little more detail. Maybe little ripples, not a lot. So I'm going to clean my brush, use a little bit more white, and correct some of these areas. Make them a little brighter. I'm going to make some of these rocks stand out a little more. For example, let's use this gray. I'm going to bring this down right here. Let it disappear. Okay, a little bit. So they'll be coming towards us a little bit more. Okay, maybe here as well. Add little highlights. Okay. All right, well now with a detail brush, I'm gonna make things a little sharper. So what I'm gonna do is start with the darkest color in my detail brush with a little bit of water. And we're gonna start to create more of a pattern to our rocks. For example, right here, right? Barely pressing. Some separations here. Maybe this is a rock in here. And it just disappears. So with the darkest color and a little bit of water, I'm going to add a little bit more sharper details. and right underneath as well, right? For example, here. Right, I want to separate. Maybe the water goes a little bit in here and comes around, and then there's this rock. Okay, so that it won't look all straight, right? I want to give a little bit more depth. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna clean up some of my rocks here to make them a little sharper, and then add some character to them, for example right here. Maybe there's a couple shadows and separations between these, and do the same thing here. Okay, a little bit with a darker color going in. And let it fade. Some little details, right? You want to make it look interesting. And a little bit of smoother transition outwards. And finally here, we're going to add a few little shadows. For example, let's use this darker green. Let's add some shadows. What if there's like some rocks about to come out, right, from the water? We kind of have started on some of them, like this part. I like that right there, where it's a little bit dark. Creates a little bit of separation. A little bit of that detail makes it look more interesting. And it's totally up to you how much you want to add. I'm not going to do it too much, just a few areas here, maybe in here as well. And then we could do a little bit of this light blue and white. Mix those together with water. And we're going to add a little bit more brighter highlights. For example, this little bit of a waterfall right in here. I'm going to add that little detail. Right, not too much. Start to add a little more finer details in here. Okay, barely pressing. Make it look a little bit rough on the edges. That's what we want. All right, I'm kind of adding a little bit of lighter separations here, so it won't just look like it's going straight down, right? We want to add those little lighter highlights, little ripples in our water. And here's what we got so far. I did add some rocks here for fun. Let's move on to the last part, which is the sun rays. We can always come back to any of the parts later, but that will be the last part we focus on. And I added white, a little bit of medium yellow, and red. I put it to the side because I don't want a lot of it. So what I'm going to do with a palette knife, take a little bit of red, very small amount like this, and a little more yellow. Very, very small amount. Okay, I want it to be still on more on the lighter side. And with this color, oops, I took a little bit of red there, but that's okay. I saved it. We don't need much, just a little bit of paint. And I'm gonna clean the brush. Remember, not a lot of paint color. We want a little bit of color. It to be a hint of like an orange color, right? And with our number 8 brush, we're gonna do this very slowly and gently. So with a little bit of water and a little bit of paint, not a lot of paint, gonna start to, in number 8 brush, start to draw our rays. So the light will be coming from here all the way down to where the rocks are. So, and don't be shy to go over. So for example, right here, I'm gonna go and I'm just moving my arm so it could be a straight line, right? Okay, I'm gonna dab my brush lightly in the water, pick up a little bit more water and less paint. I want it to be transparent. Okay. And with water, you can move the paint around. And it looks like I added a lot of white or paint, but it's because it has water. Once it dries, it's going to be very transparent. You'll see. Right now, we're focusing on trying to just spread the paint around. And I don't want the paint to be, so the goal is to make a thinner line here, and then it becomes gradually bigger here. So that's what I'm doing. And I'm moving my arm back and forth, right? Even if it doesn't, if your first stroke is not super straight, that's okay. Just keep going back and forth. Try to keep it consistent. Okay, we don't want much. You see, once it starts to dry out, it becomes transparent, right? So that's why I'm using more water, less paint, because once it dries, I can always add another glaze over the top. If you're loving this tutorial and you're ready to go deeper with your painting, I'd love to invite you to my mentorship program. This is where I teach my most in-depth lessons, the ones I don't share anywhere else. Inside the mentorship, you'll get access to exclusive full-length tutorials, personalized feedback on your paintings from me, live Q&A calls where you can connect and ask questions, monthly painting challenges, giveaways, and more. This is my inner circle of artists who are serious about growing their skills. It's been amazing to see the progress our members make, and I'd love for you to join us. If you're interested, there'll be a link in the screen or also in the description down below. All right, let's get back to painting. Okay, very small amount of paint and water. More on the water than paint. And continue. Gonna try to keep it consistent. And here, I'm gonna start to move it a little more this way. Okay, see how that works? So I'm going to dab my brush lightly in the water and tap it on the paper towel. I don't want too much water, and also I don't want a lot of paint. You could see it's more watery. And I'm going to continue. Maybe some of them are little here. They just go right in here. Okay, I'm gonna do a few more. Skip some areas, right? We don't want to add too much. It's always better to add less, and then you can always add more later. So there's a little bit of sunlight going in here. I'm gonna kind of bring it a little bit this way. And as it goes up, remember the angle's going to be less. See? Okay, and in here I'm going to add a couple little ones. See how that works? Once it dries, you get a nice transparent layer. So I'm going to dab my brush in the water and pick up a little more paint in here. I want to make my angle even less tilted. A lot of back and forth, so a little more paint. Gentle glaze. Okay, and you don't need to add as much as I do here. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna add some brighter ones. Now that this is dry, right? Going over less water and more paint now. And I'm gonna go over this part here again to make it stand out a little bit more, right? So I'm gonna dab my brush lightly in the water, tap it on a paper towel, and now what I did was I cleaned my brush from the water, or so I won't have too much water. I tapped it a couple times on a paper towel so it could be less wet. So I'm picking up a little more paint now that this is dry, and I'm gonna try to add a little more paint gently. You see how that works? So a little more paint. You want to keep this area more the brightest. So that's why I'm adding a little more paint here. So a little more paint right here. I want this to stand out and be a little bit more brighter. I'm not gonna go in too much in there. I will add a little more paint in here. Don't be afraid to cover the background. And we can always mix some color and go over if we wanted to, right? A little more paint here. And now we can go with the darkest color with some water, and I'm gonna cover some parts, adding a little more shadows. For example, right here, I'm gonna add a little more darker shadows, taking away a little bit of the white so that the rays can stand out a little bit better. So follow your, pattern, your rays, and kind of add the dark shadows. Same thing here. And in here, I don't want this to be too light in the forest. Kind of like it dark in here. Just want a hint of that white. So I'm going to use the dark color with water, go over some of these parts gently until I'm happy. So a little bit of the darker parts in here. Okay, maybe in here a little bit. barely any dark colors. Okay. With a little bit of water. And that'll make it pop even more. Okay. And another thing you can do is add, to make some of these branches stand out, you can add a little bit of overlap. That'll make it even more interesting. For example, I'll show you. Let's pick up our number 4 brush and sap green with, let's just use this green and this color, maybe a little black, to make it a little darker. And let's just go back and make this stand out a little bit more. Going over some of these. Maybe this branch is coming towards us, right? Okay, and it can fade out. We just want it to be dark on certain parts right here. And I'm gonna also use a little bit of detail brush and similar color, right? And with the branches, kind of go over. Make them a little darker. Connect these, right? And finally, with just the white and our number 8 brush, with some water, I'm gonna add the brightest highlights right in here. Okay, I'll take a break for today. You can always come back to any parts you wish. This is a good time to assess and study and see if you want to adjust and paint certain things darker. For example, I went over with a darker color here. I like this area to be dark, so I didn't want too much rays coming in here. And I went over with a dark color as well inside some of my trees, doing the same technique, glazing it, right? Okay, and so the key to adding rays is, for example, this is the width where the light is coming from, right? This corner. You wanna, as you go out, you wanna consistently make it wider, right? As long as that's, you know, as long as you're doing that, you're good. For example, this is another part right here, right? It's going down, the smaller part, and it's getting a little wider, right? And then consistently, we got a section here going a little wider, right? Each time it goes a little wider. So as long as it's evenly spread out, you're good, and you can add as much as you wish. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Thank you guys for tuning in. Take care and God bless.